Hello and welcome everyone to Marathon Monday Productivity Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing on the pen name of SC Huston, and the author of A Curse of Wings and Gems, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and the currently releasing Bound to the Elements series. And the goal of today's stream is it's a marathon, a long day of 1 hour long sprints, hopefully to be productive in whatever it is that you choose to do, whether you're reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do tend to focus on my tasks during the sprint, so I won't be in the chats until it breaks, but then I love to catch up with everyone. I forgot to check my mic, and I'm hoping, like, am I on the right mic? Because sometimes it defaults to my, I can't tell which mic I'm on. Sometimes it defaults to my camera mic for some reason. I don't know why. So hopefully the audio is good because I have my air conditioner running in the background, the room air conditioner, because I'm burning up. So yeah, anyways, I will be in the chats to catch up with everyone during the breaks. And yeah, let me know what you're working on. I saw there's a lot of comments already, so I'll get over there. This first sprint, Mondays is like the hardest day because I get home from the gym and have to shower and try to do as much as I can of my hair as possible before we start and go live. And I still need to get a second cup of coffee because I'm really, really fiending for another cup of coffee. And I also need to set up my Monday live stream for next week so that I can get the data from StreamYard versus getting it from YouTube, because it always messes stuff up if I get it from YouTube like it did last week. I got everything from YouTube last week and it messed a lot of stuff up. But so I got to set up that and then hopefully get into what I want to work on today. And what my week is actually pretty open. Like I have a revision and publishing checklist that I've made, or schedule, and it's a checklist as well. But that goes roughly through July, and that gets me through all the Bound to the Elements series. And that's everything from, getting all the stories to beta readers, omega readers. And my last two still have not gone to my omega readers. I still need to continue revisions on those. And the middle three books are with beta readers right now. So that'll be coming back next week, and I'll start revisions on that. But this week I have nothing on my schedule other than do my newsletter on Friday. So something I added to my load that I did not have on my schedule for this year was writing a cold reader magnet, and that is a whole other story. It's a complete story like the Bound to the Elements stories. It's a novelette size. Actually, this one's a little bit longer. I think it's 16,000 words, but I need to do some more revisions on it. I hit revisions on it last week, but it was really intense and I got kind of tired of it. So I put it aside, and I think I'm ready to get in there and finish it up. I think I can finish it up with another round of revisions and then a couple rounds of editing. So that's what I'm going to be working on today once I get past this first few things of getting my coffee and setting up my live stream for Monday. And then I think we have a live stream for the AWC, I think is next Monday as well. So I've got to look into my schedule, but I probably will do that later today or maybe tomorrow. And set up that live stream before I set up my Tuesday through Friday live streams for next week. But yeah, that's kind of what's going through my mind right now. Let's see how you guys are doing. Devin was first in. Good morning, all. I'll be lurking while I get Dagger ready for betas. Awesome. Don't forget about the AWC speaker applications. Yes. And I sent out more emails this weekend to other YouTubers I found who speak about writing and or publishing. And I think it was like another 20 emails I sent out, which I sent out 63 emails the first round to previous speakers. And then I think it was like 15 emails to potential speakers. I've yet to have any potential speakers apply. I've had many potential speakers, I don't want to say many, a few potential speakers reply and say that they couldn't do it. So, but we're still kind of short on speakers. I go through this like every year. Like I get like so antsy because I'm like, it's going to close in 2 weeks and we only have like so many people, not enough to fill up the schedule. And then, that last week and last 72 hours, we get a whole bunch of applications in. But I'm worried again. Right now, I think we have 5 applications in, all from wonderful speakers that have spoken in the past, I believe, except for maybe one. But she's part of the author community, or he. I don't know. I can't remember the name, or maybe they. I don't know. But I feel like they might have spoken before, but I couldn't find them on my list. So maybe they've just been part of the conference. I don't know. But I recognize the name. But yeah, we only got so many right now. So if anyone is interested in speaking at the conference, please apply. Filling up the chat before I go back to focusing. AWC thingies and tasks almost done. Yeah, I did all of the things I knew I needed to get done over the weekend for AWC, other than setting up the live stream. Moving on to some fun graphics for Dagger. Oh, that's always nice. And then on to light revisions for betas, hard focus time. I'll be back for chat this afternoon. Okay. Well, thank you for stopping in, Devin. I appreciate it. Hi, Miss Paige. How's it going? Morning and happy Monday. Tab open, off to cuddle the cat. See you in a few. Oh, cat cuddles. I love it. I've not even seen my cats this morning. I've been so busy, like got home from the gym, jumped in the shower. I've not seen my cats yet, so I still need to cuddle with them. I might be doing that when I go get my coffee. So, hello, Barb. How's it going? Good morning, writer friends. And I thought I would finish my post yesterday, the jokes on me. Yeah. Hopefully you get it done today. And if you do, feel free to share the link with us when you finish, if you do get it done, or whenever you get it done. Back from cat cuddles, we'll exercise during the first sprint. We hear you. Okay, good. Hopefully it's clear. And hi, Keiko. How's it going? So done with work. Nice. I know work is not the best place to be. The stuff from last week still haunting, and people not learning like. I feel like I'm missing something. It could be me. Oh, like we had literally a coworker who does the majority of mistakes in that section, and F what the supervisor says, I do it right, and I'm the only one. Yeah, I'm sorry. And then Inka came in. Hello, Inka. Are you streaming this evening? Feel free to drop your link, or if anyone wants to grab it and drop Inka's link if Inka is streaming this evening. I'm trying to think, was there somebody else going tonight? I don't remember. It's just annoying, really, currently, and stressful. It feels like this job is nonstop stressful and annoying for you, Keiko. I am looking forward to the day when you say, I've left the job. I know that's where you'll be one day, because I know you're going through schooling and whatnot, and this is not a job that's forever, but I would hope it was sooner for you rather than later. No, I've still got the allergy, so I've canceled my streams this week. Oh, okay, no worries. Well, I hope that you feel better soon. It's not fun to not be well and then laughing at the possibility of quitting one day. Well, normally it's stressful because we're understaffed or it's holidays, but I say of my next story that's coming out in my Bound to Element series is Shadow and the Air Trickster, and the story is really good. I've probably said this here already. I feel like I've said it already. I'm giving my readers 3 stories at a time, except for there's 2 left over at the end, because it's 8 stories, so 3, 3, and 2. And my Omega readers have gone through the first 6, and my Beta readers have gone through the first 3, and right now I'm going through 4 through 6. But in the first 3, I asked, like, how would they rank the stories? And the one that's coming out June 4th is one that was rated the highest. But of the 3 stories, is the one I like the least, and not because it's not a good story, but it's similar to like A Curse of Wings and Gems. Like Wings, that's a good story, but I had so much issues with that story, that writing that book, that I do not have fond memories of it. And the memories I have of Shadow and the Air Trickster are different, only because I wrote it while I was sick. And that was like the weirdest story I've ever written. All the stuff that I had to, like, it took my first and second story. My first story didn't take a lot of revisions. My second story, a few more revisions than the first story, but the third story, oh my gosh, the revision rounds on that was multiple. I don't know. I think I got to 6 or 7 revisions on it, because there was so much of it that didn't make sense. And I literally was like in my bed with a fever, had the laptop on my lap, kind of reclined, and I'd wake up and write a few sentences and then fall asleep, and then wake up and write a few sentences. And so like sentences that didn't have punctuation or didn't end, or sentences that had 5 verbs in it, because that was one of my sentences. And I made there's riddles in that story, and none of the riddles made sense, so I had to redo all the riddles. So it was like one of the weirdest stories that I wrote, and because it took so much to fix it too. So it's not like one of my favorite stories that I've written. Even though it's rated pretty highly, and it rated highly with my Omega readers, it rated highly with my Beta readers. How many Beta readers do I have? I think I had 5 or 6, and I had 3 Omega readers, so 8 or 9. And of the 8 or 9, all but 1 rated the third story, Shadow and the Air Trickster, as number 1, because I asked them to put them in rank of 1 through 3. And the one who did put it number one put it number two. And I think she put the story that she chose for number one because I said it was my favorite. And I think that might be I might have influenced it because the second story was my favorite. That's Starling and the Moonblade. But it's one of the more quieter and introspective stories out of all of them. So, yeah, I can see why the second book being my favorite of the three ended up at the bottom of the list of almost everybody else. So, but it still had good scores because on Story Origin, they can score each chapter and it's 1 through 5. And the story's got 5 on most of the chapters, but the second story got a few 4s. So, but this time it's literally people not working correctly, at least 5. Majority is student jobbers. Morning, Gwenna. How's it going? How are you doing? And we have to clean up after them. Today, another student jobber did the EXP date check, like expiration date check, and found stuff from February. Well, at least it's not like 2 years ago. But yes, February is so bad. Me too. I've been ill since the moment I stepped foot back on British soil. I'm on day 11 of Timu COVID. I've heard of that, but I don't know much about it. Push very far into the back of the shelf. Yeah, that makes sense why it wasn't caught. I think it kind of can be like if you don't check your own shelves in your own home, because we just did that, I guess maybe a month ago. There was a food drive at my son's school. So we decided, we've got all these cans in here. We've kind of stopped making dinners from like our cupboard. We now get a meal prep thing delivered to our house, and it's all there. We just have to put it together and cook it. And so I was like, I bet we have some expired stuff in here. If we don't, we should go ahead and give it away because we probably won't use it. And like more than half of it was expired. So yeah. Spent all week doing homework instead of writing this week and accidentally stayed up to 2 a.m. brain dumping 5,000 words for a historical fantasy story last night. That is so cool. And I exactly know how you feel because like when you're stuck doing something that you don't really love. So for me in my current life, it's like doing a bunch of admin, whether it's for my author business or for in the past for my podcast or for the conference. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I've got to do something that's like, fictional. I got to do something that's storytelling. I got to do some storytelling. I feel like I just have to disappear into something and I'll do that. So I understand the feeling, but do you think you'll write that story? Because I do that. I'll do like a brain dump, same as what you're saying, of whatever story I'm thinking of. And I set aside, and I have so many of those that I don't know if I'm ever going to do anything with them. But yeah, Timu COVID. Felicia, how are you doing? Good morning. Hope all is well with you. Hello, that sounds very rom-com. Are you talking about my story that I was falling asleep on? I think that's what you might be referencing. Feels like COVID, but COVID test says no. I feel like I've been steamrolled. Maybe Omicron? It probably turned out so well because you had to muddle through your own riddles and try to make them make sense, stretch your brain in a new way. It did. I threw out every single riddle. There were 6 riddles. And so I had to redo all of them. And there was a 7th riddle that was kind of as a parting riddle from the Air Trickster. But that one didn't have to change. That one made sense. But I had to change the 6 riddles during the actual game. And I thought maybe I'm just not good at doing riddles because when I gave them to my Omega readers, there was one riddle that still didn't make sense to them. I was like, okay, so I changed it. And my beta readers who have gotten to that part, because of the 8 or 9, or I have 5 or 6 beta readers. I can't remember. I think I keep thinking 5 and 6 because one didn't get to the 3rd story. And it was probably 6, so one didn't get to the 3rd story. So the 6 that did. That was the 3rd story in the bunch. And that was the one I'm talking about. They thought the riddles made sense. So eventually I got it right. But yeah, it took me so much like revisions. So that's what I had because the stress didn't show up on a PC thingy test with the doctor. Oh, the Omicron. On the other hand, a friend plans a D&D campaign and we have session 0 next month. Oh, that sounds exciting. So prepping for that like crazy, maybe a bit too much. I mean, are they the DM or are you doing DM prep work or what do you mean by prepping? I mean, I only know a little bit about D&D. Like my very first boyfriend loved D&D. So I heard a lot from him. And then my gym trainer and his wife, they're into D&D. So I hear a lot about it, but I don't know much else other than that. Problem is I know a D&D mostly in English, but we're playing in German, of course. So I have to look up the translation for all the spell stuff. Oh, okay. Temu is an off-brand cheap store with loads of stolen designs. Okay, I did know that. So basically, I have off-brand COVID. Okay, so that makes sense. Feels like COVID, but it's not. I should call it dollar store COVID so I don't confuse people. No, no, no. I think what you said is fine. It is the first thing I thought of because Temu, I know, is like a store that I see a lot of YouTube shorts of people. There's the one gal I was watching a lot of her videos where she's like, I got this from Temu. Here's what I thought I was getting. Here's what I got. So I did think that at first. I was like, okay, is this like a play on words or is this an actual name for the COVID? So a few people. I wonder if that's what I had last year when I wrote that story when I was sick, because I tested twice to see if I had COVID and didn't have it either time, but I was knocked out for like a week. I was sleeping and had a fever for a while. So I know Temu, the new AliExpress, basically, right? I have no idea if I'll write it or not, but it's a good hook, so I'll put it in the to be written queue later. Yeah. Spartan slave accompanies her mistress on a competition in Delphi. They win the competition, but the mistress gets slaughtered and offered to the gods. Ooh. And now the MC is ordered by the gods to assume the mistress's identity as a Spartan and survive spartiate. I don't know how you say the word spartiate society where the gods are very, very real. Sounds like a bit of a dark fantasy. But yeah, with a bit too. Oh, sorry. I'll go this one here. I'm a player. My friend is the DM. With a bit too much, I mean, a bit too early. Okay, gotcha. I love this idea, because I wouldn't assume that that in I know that Sparta was a little more equal when it came to the genders, but in Rome, of course, it was not. So for a male to assume a female role is really interesting because this is during a time when they did have plays, but men played all the roles, including the females, right? So that's interesting. It's a kind of a twist. Yeah, I actually came up with my own dark fantasy romance novel, but it's dark fantasy romance, not dark romance. It's dark. It's more the dark fantasy. It's more fantasy horror with a romance in there, because I've been thinking for a while that I needed a novella to go with my third book that I'm going to do a Kickstarter on. Because with my first two books, I had novella. So my first Kickstarter book, which was A Curse of Scales and Feathers, I did a prequel novella that kind of sets up some of the events for the series. It actually sets up more for the second book, so it would have been better if it gone with the second book. But there's some crossover characters from the prequel novella that are in the series. And then the prequel or the novella that I wrote for the second book was not a prequel novella. It was just a set in the same world, but it also has the same it sets up kind of the ideas of that are going to become more apparent later when those characters in that story appear and things get revealed in the saga of the Brides of the Dragon Kings. But so I kept thinking, I need a novella. And I'm like, it has to be a romance because that's what, fantasy romance is what I write. People are going to want a fantasy romance novella. I'm like, what could I do? And I want to tie it in some way. But I was like, what could I do? And I was like, I can't do anything with the main romance couple. Can't write something about, you do meet an ex-lover of Zane's in the book, but and they're in the same order. But I was like, I can't do that romance because people are not going to want to see a romance he has with another person. And then with Nira. So I was like, not that. And there is another dragon in the book and he has a romance during the book. So I can't really use him and him having a romance beforehand. There is a couple in the book that are female. And I thought I could do that romance and how they met. But I was like, but that's not what I write. I write male, female. I don't want to confuse my audience or draw in an audience who might be looking for more books like that I don't have. So I was like, okay, what can I do? And I finally figured it out last night. I started brainstorming. I was not up to 2 a.m. I went to bed on time, but it was probably like 6 o'clock in the evening for me. And I go to bed at 8:30 when I came up with the idea and I brain dumped. And it's like 2,100 words. What I came up with, 2108. Yep, 2108. So, but I think I got the idea, but I can't write it yet. I got to get through other stuff first before I can write it. But I'm really excited about it. It's dark, like horror-esque, because we're actually going to be in the Fire Fae court, I guess. I'm going to call it, it's not called a court, but I have to look through my notes to figure out what it was I called it. But you find out from, in the third book, Nira, she joined her order after her sisters, she has 15 sisters who are around the same age as her, and that's a whole other deal. But they decided they're like 8 years old, and they decided to cut her to see the color of her blood because she has no magic, and her blood is red, where Fae blood is supposed to be blue. And they did so much of that and they left her for dead. And then she joined the order after that. And so I was like, what would have driven these sisters to do what they did? And they would have to have come from a really terrible like place, been exposed to really terrible things to think that it'd be okay to cut into your own sister. Um, so yeah, there is it's very, very dark in there. I've got lots of ideas for how it's going to be a terrible place where they all live, and it's going to be one of her sisters and her romance, which is cool because you meet one of her sisters in the story, the third book, but she has a lot of sisters. So I love it when you finally get that breakthrough, right? Yes. So I'm excited to write it because I've never written anything this dark, but I'm glad that I can get a chance to kind of delve into this because I have written. It's going to be a duology, but I've written about half of the first book. It was a couple years ago, and it's called Feast of the Blood and the Broken, and it's the origin story of my first vampire, but it's called Vampire in my world. And she's killed quite gruesomely, and then the sun god brings her back to life to protect something, which you find out about in the second book, or the third book. Sorry, you learn about it a little bit in A Curse of Wings and Gems. You meet her, but you don't know her name. But in the third book, she's heavily more in there, and she has her own love story later. But she and her love interest, they die. I already know how the series ends, the duology. They're going to die, but it's okay because they end up as the rulers of hell. So, and that's going to be it's very, very dark. What I've written so far is so dark. I was like, that's so dark. Again, dark fantasy, so horror-esque, like fantasy, not the romance. Because I think when people say dark fantasy romance, they think of like the romance, like bully romance or things like that, dubcon or non-con, those kinds of things. But that's not. It's more on the fantasy side. That's the horror. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm excited. I want to get back to writing that duology, but I feel like I don't have enough skills yet to write it as well as I can because again, they die. That's going to be very hard to pull off with readers who want their happily ever after, but they do get a happily ever after because they become the rulers of hell. So yeah, it's yeah, I had to figure that one out. So anyways, let's go ahead and get it going into the first. I could talk about my stories all day. This is why I like to have timers because I could talk all day. Find the right tab here. Am I on the right tab? Oh, please tell me you're going to work. Okay. Yesterday, my computer was having so many issues, and it wasn't just my computer. It was the internet here in the whole house. We were all having issues where it would not play things, and like it would close down tabs, and I had to start over again. So if I fall out of the stream, if that continues again today, I will be back in as soon as I can get it back up again. So, all right, we're gonna get going on the first sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck, everyone. Okay, that's time on the first sprint. How did you do? I went and got my coffee. Oh, I just missed a phone call. I'm waiting for a phone call from, yeah, I gotta call them back to set up a doctor's appointment. So, anyways, yeah, got my coffee and stuff, and I totally forgot to set up my live stream for next Monday because I got back and I was like, I just want to start writing, dig into my notes and everything that I have for my revision on this cold reader magnet. So I got 32 words added in revision. So let's see how you guys did. I know we left off with Gwenna saying, I'll see you on the other side of the morning routines and 2 doctor appointments. Wish me luck. See y'all later. And then Andy came in. Hello. And then Miss Paige saying hello to Andy. And Mars, hello. Morning. I'm here. I just woke up and took my meds and acquired coffee. Oh, yeah, I took my meds too. Barb says to Keiko, your work hurts my heart. I am so sorry. It's so stressful. It's obviously so not fair. Gentle thoughts. I love that. Yeah, gentle thoughts. And then, hey, Miss Paige, how are you? We're doing Zoom frogging today. Ooh, you guys are? That's cool. Hey to Gwenna and Andy and Barb from Mars. Hi, Ray, says Barb. And then Kat came in. Hello, good morning, Shanon friends. In the chat, I'm booting up my computer. I have already completed my workout and morning routine. Great way to start. Today's all about chores and setting the tone for the rest of the week. I made a cup of coffee and we'll write a book review. Okay, fingers crossed. Did you get the book review? That was like 10 minutes ago, so I don't know if that was enough time for you to write a book review, but hopefully you guys start on it. Your morning routine sounds wonderful, says Mars to Kat. Have a great rest of your day. I wish my mornings sounded that easy. Yeah. I'm overwhelmed with my writing emotionally, so I'm going out for a walk. We'll be back in a while. Hopefully that helps, Barb. You're experiencing some stumbling blocks in your morning routine, Mars. It's taken me a while to get some structure to my morning. I'm still very much a work in progress. My biggest stumbling block is getting up at a consistent time, striving to change that on June 1st, which happens to be a Monday. I love when the first day of the month lands on a Monday. It feels like it's right? Like it's supposed to start on a Monday. That's what it feels like. So you said it took you a while to get that structure. Was there anything specific that helped you? And I know you're now looking at, becoming more consistent with waking up at a specific time, but I know that you were reading The Artist's Way. I don't know if that helped any. I'm just bringing that up because I just remember you reading that. And there might have been something else you read or maybe something else you consumed that maybe helped you along that way. I have not read The Artist's Way, but I've heard a lot of great stuff about it. I took the pup outside, did a general pickup, started a load of laundry, and vacuumed the living room and hallway and enjoyed my coffee. Also grabbed the protein bars for husband to take to work tomorrow. No worries. Sounds like it was a very productive morning so far. Morning, Ray, says Paige. I was goofing off and forgot to log in. I'm up now. And then Morgan came in. Hello. Good morning, all. Good morning. So, all right, I got through the end of the comments. I think I will go ahead and get my live stream set up for next Monday because I forgot to do that and then get back into my revisions. The revisions I just did, and I think I finished it, was for the book description blurb, whatever you want to call it. So I was just working on that because I had a few notes on it from my readers and I hadn't figured out exactly what I want to do. So, but now I do. So I think the back cover copy or blurb or description, whatever you want to call it, I think it's good to go. So then I'm going to dig into the story next. I reread Atomic Habits. I have some new habits in place I monitor in a notebook. I've read Atomic Habits. It's been a few years, but I read that. I think I actually read that with Andy, and we did the podcast episode on it. Yeah, I think it was Andy was part of that. I think maybe Ben, who is my regular co-host. I can't remember. But I liked it. I liked his idea of improving by, what do you say, 1%? Like every so often improve yourself by 1% or whatever. Oh gosh, it's been a minute since I read it. I have the physical copy of the book. And I like the idea of every time you complete something, show it to yourself, like have like a jar with marbles. I don't know if that's the exact one that he gave example, but that sticks in my mind. So maybe it was from the book. Or like, okay, here are my goals for today. And every time you complete a goal, you put a marble into the jar and you see how much you're getting done. I do know that from that book is where I started thinking about celebrating the small wins. And so I've said that a few times over the years, and I know I got it from that book. So I don't know if they said celebrate the small wins from it directly in that book, Maybe. I don't remember, but I remember thinking that from that book. Love Atomic Habits. I think about that book every day. So, yay. I like Atomic Habits too. All right, got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get another sprint going. 60 minutes on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was time on that sprint. How did you do? I added 99 words in revisions. I'm still really kind of like on chapter 1. Well, the one thing that I left myself a note for chapter 1, I decided to put in chapter 3. So I've added a little bit more to a later chapter, but I'm still working through all my notes on chapter 1. So this might take me all day to do these revisions, but that's okay. I need to make this is my cold reader magnet into my currently releasing series. And then it's called Vesper and the Moon Shield. And I really like the story. It's probably one of the more expansive ones when it comes to races in the story, because the first one you just have humans and Sun Fae. Metal Fae are discussed briefly because the land where the humans live used to belong to the Metal Fae. And then the second one is exclusively on this one estate with the Moon Fae and the Sun Fae attack. So you get 2 Fae in that one. The third one is exclusively Air Fae and human. That's it. There's no other Fae. I don't even think there's any other Fae mentioned. Then you have the next one's the Earth Fae, and they mentioned the Air Fae. Wait, no. The Air Fae is not mentioned until the bonus chapter. So it's not mentioned in the story at all. So as you can see, there's not much. There's like usually just the Fae, who's the story of that particular story, and the human, where my reader magnet has Moon Fae, Water Fae, Sun Fae, and Fire Fae. They're all in there. It's not all of my Fae, because I also have Metal Fae, Air Fae, Wood Fae, and Earth Fae. They're not in the story, but it has 4 of the 8 Fae in the story that show up. So yeah, it's a little more expansive. You get a little bit more of the world building, I think, with it. And I really love the story between the couple in that story. So it's an interesting story. I thought it was probably one of my darker ones because of where the female main character is a slave on the pirate ship. But I don't really bring in any heavy topics or anything like that. Like she's made herself useful. Like she's really good with numbers. So she's like the assistant quartermaster. And because the quartermaster is lazy, she does all the work that a quartermaster does. And she gets to stay in the hold where all the goods are stored. And so she has her own space, carved out her own space on the pirate ship, and she's useful. So it could definitely go a different way with her being a slave, right? So, but it's a really cool love story. Okay, going on. Kat says, I'm working toward a bit more structure in my Monday through Friday and thinking of ways to protect my time. That took me a couple years to do, and that's where I'm at now, Kat, that I've actually been able to put in place. So I realized at the end of 2022 that I did not write as much as I wanted to, which is kind of interesting to say. I mean, the year before I had already written my first book of my fantasy trilogy the year before, but I was writing the second book of my fantasy trilogy, and I finished it actually in 2021. I published the first book in November of 2021 and then published the second book in January of 2022. I had planned to publish the third book in March of 2022, but my dad got sick with cancer and I went to go help him out at the family liquor store. So it didn't come out for a couple months, but that was the only thing I wrote that year was that book. It's not the only thing I wrote. I mean, I started building up ideas of what I wanted to do next. I knew I was going to leave fantasy and go into romantasy at that point. And so I started writing things about my world and actually my Moon Fae. That's when I first developed them. It was in 2022. But it was just lots of brainstorming notes. But I realized at the end of 2022 that I was not writing as much as I wanted to do, which was the whole thing. That's why I quit my job teaching and we moved here to Florida, was so that I could pursue writing. And I thought I'm spending more time because at that time I was publishing videos every Tuesday. And I was like, I'm spending more time doing YouTube stuff, making videos than actually writing. So I thought, okay, in 2023, I'm cutting it back. And then that's when I did my first live stream. I think it was in January 2023. And I thought, okay, I could do live streams for writing, but I'd bring people on. I had guests and we'd talk and we spent a lot of time talking. And I thought, I'm not, and then I would also talk in the chat, right? Everybody who came in, hi, welcome, So I was constantly monitoring the chat, which meant my focus was constantly being broken. And I still did not write as much as I wanted to by the end of 2023. So that 2024, that's it. I'm done making videos because I still made a couple of videos. And I was like, 2024, I was like, I'm done making videos. I'm only doing live streams. I'm going to set up my schedule. And that was my Monday through Thursday schedule. And I've kept with it through all the way through now. Now, every now and then I still do put out a video, mostly due to, first it was my podcast. I still have videos coming out with my podcast, but I was also putting out the occasional video for like sponsors for the conference and stuff like that. But now my podcast is done. And not to say that I won't ever put out another video, but I decided, Monday through Thursday, This time is for working on my writing. Now, occasionally it still does delve into the admin aspect because I do have to do admin when it comes to being an author, right? There's so much when you're an indie author, there's so much you have to do. So, but I have like protected that time. That's how I use this sprint time is to protect it for my writing as much as possible. So it took me a few years of getting that put into place to figure out what could I give up? What should I give up to get more writing time back in my life? And now even the conference has gone down to one day because it would take a lot of time and energy. I think it drained me more of energy than anything else, but it did take a lot of time too. Right. Sometimes, okay, many times I'm very much like Mouse in if you give a mouse a cookie. Actually, yeah, I don't remember the story, but I used to read it to my kiddo. If you gave a mouse a cookie, I'm trying to remember how it went, but I don't remember. Carla, hello. You are describing my life. And Mars says, I emptied the trash and took the trash out. I swept the kitchen, dining room, and entryway, ate some chocolate. Chocolate sounds good. And I'm not sure what else. Oh, talked to my mom earlier. Sounds like you got a lot done, Mars. Got through about half of my employees' time card reviews and approval. So progress. And lots of productivity. Carla says, editing, revising the first full novel of the hockey rom-com now that the Reader Magnet novella will go up on Booksprout later today. If you are still here when you get it up there, if you'd like to drop a link, you can. I use Booksprout too. I want this ready to go in a couple of weeks. Wrong. Now the reader, go back up. We'll go up on Booksprout later today. I want this to go ready to go in a couple weeks. Oh, so you're giving it to your readers before it actually releases a couple weeks out. I always debate about what is the right time frame. So what I was originally doing is I used Booksprout too. And I use a Story Origin for my ARC team. So Booksprout's like a different set of people. And there they have like readers who are looking for you. On Story Origin, they do too. Because I still can't get over how I had put up the Florist Budding Desire, which came out in March. I put that up like the day before or 2 days before I told my newsletter or anybody that the ARC was ready to be read, and people were signing up over it. Yes, it was the day before. They signed up for it overnight. I'm like, where do these people come from? I haven't even told anyone this ARC is ready. So Story Origin is getting better with that, but Booksprout's a good place to find readers as well. But I've been toying with playing around with different ideas. Like in the beginning, I did it for a month. So, and I had my novels. So it was all my novels are on there, my fantasy trilogy, and then, what my current series that's Brides of the Dragon Kings, which are really long. So I thought a month, and it would be like some people would sign up and then I never hear anything, or it was delayed. I think they have to give eventually they have to say something or they don't say on Booksprout. So I thought the month was a little too long. And when I was starting to put out these shorter works, I thought, okay, I'm going to do it for a short period of time. I'm doing it for a week. And that has really worked well. Like a week for people to sign up and get the story. And then like 3 or 4 days after that the review is due. So, and then the difference in the 3 to 4 days is whether or not it goes over a weekend, because like if the closing date is like on a Friday, then I might go through Monday, or if the closing date's on a Thursday, I might go through Sunday, so that they have the weekend to leave the review and read the story. So I don't know. I don't know for longer works if that still works or not. I just put up A Curse of Scales and Feathers on Booksprout. It's open right now. And I think I did 2.5 weeks on that one, which is much smaller than the month I was doing before. Ray rescued me from YouTube. Now working on my newsletter. Yay. So you did your frogging workout? And it says Carla to Carla from Kat. I signed up to Becca Con. Oh God, I really wanted to do it. I have clicked on that so many times because I still say to this day, the best conference I've ever been to, whether both in person and online, was Becca's last conference that she had that was for marketing to your strengths. If you guys didn't know about Becca Syme, she's got her degree in industrial organization, whatever, psychology, IO psychology. And she has she's a Gallup certified coach, and she does the strengths testing, the Clifton strengths testing, which is not just for writers. This is for this testing. Like my husband, they even did the testing at his job. So it's just to see what your strengths are as a worker, but she tailors it all toward writers. And that conference was like, I got the most out of that conference. And I've seen this conference and I was like, I think it's $199, or maybe it's $149 with a coupon. I think it is. And I'm like, I want to do it. I want to do it. But I told myself no conferences this year because I want to try to break even on my income because I've been in the hole for 4 years now, right? I published in 2021. So yeah, 5 years, but it's really 4 years because I published my first book in November. So I only had 2 months of that year. And I still have not broken even on my income versus what I'm spending, but I still want to go to that conference. I keep looking at it. And took the pup outside and enjoying my coffee and trying to decide what to eat. Well, let us know if you figure it out, what you want to eat. I wrote my book review. Yay. Because I remember you wanted to write a book review last week, but you didn't get it done. But I need to reread it and make necessary edits before publishing it. That makes sense. All the rounds of the writing process. I'm using the novella as a magnet and using Booksprout for my feedback. I like to get the first novel ready to go in a couple weeks. Wait, how are you using it how are you using Booksprout as feedback? Is it like a higher plan or something? As far as I know, the only way to use Booksprout is you put your book up there to get reviews on it. And they leave the reviews on different platforms. So whatever platforms you mark on there that you would like to have people leave reviews. So I'm not sure how you, or unless you're just having them leave the reviews, like, because I know that the Booksprout reviewers, they leave the review on the book on Booksprout, and then that's what gets pushed out. I'm not sure how it goes from there, but I know that then they put it on Amazon and BookBub or Goodreads or whatever it is that you have that you want them to do. But they have to like somehow certify, or I don't know what you call that, make sure there's like a way to come back and ensure that the link actually works, that there's a link to the review on Amazon, to BookBub, Goodreads, whatever it is, places that you choose. But they can also leave a review right there on Booksprout, which they usually do. And then the reviewers themselves can write directly to the author, which I've had a few of those, where they write and they're like, it's really good. I've never had anyone like be mad at me. I do remember there was one book in the past that someone DNF'd, and she wrote me a note to me that said, "I'm so sorry. I just ran out of time. I really wanted to read this book." So at least it gave me a reason for why it was DNF'd. But I don't know how else you use it for feedback unless it's just them leaving it there on the platform. But I assume that if they're doing that and it's not being put out anywhere, like you have to mark when you're setting up your book. I don't know how you're doing that, Carla, because when you set it up as a review campaign. You have to put links in there for it to go through. I don't understand. Hey, says Eva. Hello. Hey, Eva from Mars. It didn't click. I clicked it. It was like sitting there for a while. Becca is so good. She is awesome. And hi, Joanne. How's it going for you? It's good here. Becca said, I just did a workshop here, but I just remembered that it was happening and I missed it. Oh. And then hi, Eva from Morgan. Just go to the conference. Take the money from something else instead of counting as more read on your writing journey, a treat and a gift, a reward. There was one other caveat, which is that I can't remember what days the conference are on, but I know that when I was looking at the dates, there's like one day in there that I have like something going on that day, and I wouldn't even be there. And I think it's better if you could be there live, even though it's online. It's better if you can be there live because you get so much out of it, and asking you questions and everything. And I thought, well, I'm going to miss a whole day anyways. And that was like another thing that was like, okay, this is my sign that I'm not supposed to go, but I really do want to go. I'll be resting and working on chapter 26 of Project Sugar and Spice. Just finished cooking brunch. Nice. How's the editing going for that? I know you've been working on chapter 26 for a few weeks now. I thought you could just review on Booksprout. I don't use it that often. Yeah, I don't know. From what I understand, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong from what I'm inferring things from what some of my reviewers have said. Because I have a reviewer who goes on Booksprout and Story Origin. She's one of my Omega readers. And I don't know why she goes on both platforms to get the review, the arc, but she does. And there was a couple weeks ago, she was like, I can't get my Goodreads links to work on Booksprout. And I'm so sorry. And I wrote back to her. I was like, no, it's not. I don't mind. It's not nothing with me. It's something to do with Booksprout. So it made me think that it might be similar to some of these other review sites where the reviewers, they have to review it and say, here is the link where you can find the review. Like they have to tell Booksprout that, because you get that on your profile under your campaign or under that book. You can find it in multiple places where you can click on like the BB for BookBub or the G for Goodreads or the A for Amazon, and it takes you to the actual review. And if you don't complete it and do a review and have it linked somewhere, then I think that like Booksprout starts like, I don't know how they do it. I know how some other places do it, but I don't know if they do something similar, like where they give like that reviewer such a like they rank them in some way. I don't know what if it's ranking actually, but like they do have top reviewers. I know that that's part of one of the plans where if you pay for higher tier, you can get their top reviewers. So somehow they are ranking their reviewers. And so if the reviewer gets your book and doesn't leave a review anywhere, that would probably be negative on their profile in some way. That's what I'm thinking. I'm inferring. I'm inferring a lot. I'm inferring it based off of what my one reader said. I'm inferring it based off of what I know other platforms do. I don't know how they actually work. I have a Reels to create, edit, post, and schedule, and I need to do my dishes. So you've got a few things to get done today. Inka says to Morgan, she's coming to London next month, but it's full. The wait list link goes nowhere. I've messaged him because I need to get on that list. Yeah. I think she did it in Minnesota like 2 years ago, and I was like, I don't want to go, but I don't want to travel that far. And then something else was going on, and I couldn't go. It's actually going pretty good. Good. Okay, making progress slowly but surely. Nice. Getting to the scene where my pastry chef MCs have a picnic in an orchard. Orchard. How do you say that word? I have no idea how you say that word. That's an orchard, or orchard. I think it's orchard. I think it's been a while since I've heard that word said out loud. Good morning, Justin. How's it going? Then I'll put it up there and then link it to the Zon. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, you have to pay for Booksprout. It's the same like Story Origin you have to pay for. I love doing it through Story Origin, where you could just do it as a beta copy. They don't have this on BookFunnel. So I do all of my reader copies through Story Origin, except for one of my Omega readers. She prefers a Word document. And she's been they just became my Omega readers last year, but she has been a reader of mine since my fantasy trilogy. So she's been around with my work for a long time. So I trust her. So I give her a Word document. But with everybody else, I use Story Origin. And it does it chapter by chapter, and they can't move forward unless they say something in the box that's down below under each chapter. And you have a prompt for each chapter. You can say what you're looking for. I always just ask for the same 3 things. I ask, what's your gut reaction? Any place you got bored or confused? And what line or lines did you really like that I could use for marketing purposes? I always do that. So I get lots and lots of lines that my readers think are great that I can use for marketing. So I always have that for all my chapters. And then they leave their comments on it, and they can leave comments on it like a bubble, like to the side, like Word document. But the reviewers can't see any of the other reviewers' notes. But for me, I get them all consolidated. So, which is really, really nice, because I used to do Word documents or Google Docs in the past. And then it's like going through each document, especially when I had like 18, 17, 18, I don't remember the number, but it was high beta readers for my very first book, A Curse of Scales and Feathers. And it took me so long to go through each and every single one of them. So I really like that much better. I don't know how you review on Booksprout unless there was an Amazon pre-order that got pulled into Goodreads so they could review there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It'd have to be on pre-order on Amazon, and then they could review on Goodreads. I decided on cereal. Captain. Oh, I like Captain Crunch Berry. It's been a long time since I've had that with whole milk. Being productive, multitasking today, says Jocelyn. All right. Well, good luck on the multitasking. I know I feel like I multitask okay, but I really do like to be focused on something, because then if not, my brain's all over the place. But sometimes you can't help it. You have to be multitasking to get things done. All right, we're going to get on to the next sprint. I've got the hiccups. It is 10:47. So if you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Yes, time on that sprint. How did you do? I had it 269 words and revisions that time. I kind of wanted to add something more to the story, a little world building stuff. So that was quite a bit more that I added. Yeah, making progress. I'm on at the end of chapter 2. Yeah, and there's 7 chapters. Yeah, there's 7 chapters. So at the end of chapter 2. So eventually I might get through all of these. All right, so we left off with Jocelyn saying being productive, multitasking day. And the Inca said, I tried Story Origin for beta reading for a little while, but I couldn't get any of my readers to engage with it. Ended up going back to private on Google Docs. Yeah, if my readers didn't engage with it, I definitely would have gone back to trying something that I've done before that worked. I don't really know of any other service out there that helps with beta reading. But gratefully, my readers interact with it just fine for me. But I don't know what would make the difference on that. Carla says, thanks for that info. I guess I throw the magnet up on KU and Book Sprout and take my lumps if it has problems and then pull it down if it's too bad. Yeah, that's definitely one way you could do it. Like, were you planning on putting it on Kindle? You did say you were going to put it in KU, didn't you? You said that before. You said it's a reader magnet? Okay, I might be misremembering what I'm thinking. Like, what I'm working on right now is a cold reader magnet. So it's good, to get people into my world. And for now, I'm just going to use it for like promos and whatnot. But then at the end of the year, I'm thinking about I'll go ahead and publish it in December because that's the month after my last book publishes in the series. And I'll still keep it as a reader magnet, but I'll put it up for 99 cents, but put it wide so that people can find it because they can still buy the ebook from Amazon, but I just can't sell the ebook anywhere else because I am in KU with that series. So according to my Nike, it jumped on me. According to my Nike Run Club app, I ran 1.92 miles and ran 20 minutes without stopping or walking. I did trip on my way home and cut my hand and knee. Oh, overall good run. I remember I did that. It was one of our last runs when I was in basic training. And there was a guy running behind me and we were in formation. I stepped in a pothole and I went down hard. And the guy behind me picked me up and put me on my feet. I remember that. No words, no nothing. He just picked me up, put me on my feet, and we got back. And then we were in formation for quite a while. And when it looked like we were just going to be standing there in formation, we were waiting on something or other. I remember raising my hand and asking the drill sergeant if I could go change. He was like, why? And then I held out my leg because I had hit my knee so bad. It was bleeding. My white socks were no longer white. They were red. And my shoe was like squishy. I still have scars on my knee from that. So yes, I've done that. I've tripped and fallen while I was running. I still continue to run after that because I ran like 7 miles a day back then. Not anymore. Yeah, my body's too broken now. Back after a long walk, says Barb, and then meditating for a while, ready to retackle my piece. 3/4 done, I think. Okay. So hopefully that helped because I think you said something about concentrating on it and getting into it earlier, having a hard time with that. Kat says, I finished and published my book review on Zombie Season by Justin Weinberger. It was a 4-star read, terrific start to the middle grade series. Also got another cup of coffee and now responding to Discord comments. I kept looking at my cup because I finished my second cup and I was like, I should go get another cup. I'm like, no, let me stick with revisions all this sprint because the first sprint, I got my cup of coffee and did other things. And so I didn't have a whole sprint dedicated to my revising. And then the second sprint, I went and scheduled my live stream for next Monday because I was supposed to do that and I forgot. And I think I checked a few other things. I saw that one of my beta readers had gotten through a few more chapters on the current story that she's on. She's actually on the 6th story. She finished the 4th and 5th one already. And so in that 6th story, I'm really concerned. It is what it is. The 6th story of my Bound to the Elements series probably has my most unlikable male main character. And I really, really worked hard on that story to not make him more likable, but to add in there how he didn't really have the power to change things and he had to go along with the way things were going until he decided not to. And then he, took the chance actually of angering the gods because it was a directive from a god that they were supposed to follow. And but yeah, I'm curious. I was curious about what she might say, so I went and read that. So I didn't have the second sprint. I didn't spend the whole time revising. So I finally spent the whole time revising the last sprint, got more stuff done. But I think I'm gonna go get my third cup of coffee here soon. I only do 2, sometimes 3, but I think 3 is in order today. Hello, says Devin. Hello, welcome back. I saw all your messages in the beginning. Do you want me to take a look at it, Carla? Says Inca. Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, that is so. Why didn't I think of that? Like, if anybody here wants to read it, Carla, do you want to do a pitch for your story and see if there's anybody here who would like to beta read it? You might be able to find some people. Yeah. Sorry, my mind jumped to a beta reader that I used on Fiverr who was really, really good. But I think the last person I recommended her to is JL. And she said that she was backed up and it took a while to get the notes. It was still good, but it took a while to get the notes. And then I had used her right after that again. That's like my 4th or 5th time using that beta reader on Fiverr. And it was real cheap. It was like $35. I say cheap in comparison to some of the other prices there, especially for me writing almost 200,000 word novel. But when I used her that time, right after JL told me about her experience, she kept extending the deadline on it. So it may not be fast enough. That's where my mind jumped to. Newsletter drafted, adding links and running through and edit software. Nice. So you're making good progress, drafted, adding links and running through and edit software. I don't think I ever I should. I don't run my writing through any editing or anything for my newsletter. And if I had done that, I would not have misspelled my own book's name, the one that came out in March, because it was supposed to be The Florist Budding Desire. And I put The Flora Budding Desire. I'm like, I don't even know what I was thinking. I mean, flora is flowers. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know. I have no idea why I misspelled it, but I did. So maybe I should use an editing software on my newsletter. That's a good. What editing software do you use? Just curious. I don't know if it's anything because I use Pro Writing Aid for my editing. This is a reader magnet where it is a sweet hockey rom-com instead of a spicy paranormal shifter. Oh, I like that. I mean, I've read. I don't know much about hockey, but I don't know if hockey is like a big thing in there. He says a reader magnet. I'm trying to think. I'm right now in my head. I'm thinking, do I have the time to do it this week? I got 1 video filmed, 2 videos edited, 1 posted, and now I may as well have lunch before dishes. That's good, which is why I'm nervous about it. Oh, you're nervous about it because you're used to writing spicy paranormal shifter. And see, I would be more, I mean, I do prefer reading more spicy stuff because that's what I write. So I want to make sure I say it, but I also like sweet stuff, and I'd probably be more into a sweet hockey rom-com. I like the rom-com part, because I'm not really into paranormal. PNR is not really my jam. Like I find myself getting bored with those more than I do. And I think it's just because of the contemporary setting, but I like contemporary romance, which is kind of interesting. I don't know what it is, to be honest. And good job, Ray, from Barb. Inca says, found some more admin to do that sprint. You found it? Oh my gosh, I'll try to go my way not to find admin if I can help it, but it does happen. Then got lost down a YouTube rabbit hole. What'd you watch? I mean, you don't have to share if you want to. Ouch, that sounds painful. Yeah, it was. I think you're talking about the falling in the hole, probably for both myself and Ray. Mars. I don't know, maybe that was just a Mars. Wow, Eva. I'm happy to take a look at it, Carla. Yay. There we go. I haven't run since my ankle surgery a few years back, more of a hiker these days. See, I was a runner and I was hiking and I fell down a mountain and tore up my ankle. So I haven't been a runner since I fell down the mountain. That was 2011. That's when I stopped running. But my running was not on a hike. I don't know why I thought I could be a hiker. I mean, I've hiked most of my life, and we were in Hawaii. And we had already spent like a year hiking there because we got there in March of 2010 and I fell down the mountain October 1st of 2011. So I had already been hiking for over a year in that place. But yeah. Thanks, Inca. I'll send you a Google Doc, or would you prefer a Word doc? How many words is it, Carla? Just curious. I'm trying to see if I can fit it in my schedule for what I got to get done this week. I know I can't do it today. but I could probably do it I can't do it Thursday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday or Wednesday I could probably do it, depending on how many words it is. I'm now enjoying the last bit of my coffee. My hand is a little hard to use because of where the cut is on my hand near my thumb, muscle joint. Oh, yikes. I hope it gets better soon, Mars. Google Doc is fine for me. I shared my graphics with you, Shanon, in Discord for later. Oh, okay, for later. Okay, I want to go look now, but if I do that, I know my attention is going to be diverted. I can look at it when I go get my coffee, my third cup. I'll throw up a link for Google Doc in a minute. Thanks. When do you need feedback? From Inca. See if you can find any takers in the heart breathings writing community. I've put up a post for beta readers in there before. Oh, nice idea. Is it like in the Discord or? I'm going to play with some more graphics before I take the kiddo to the dentist. I need to find a new dentist for us. Watch some videos about Substack from a creator perspective rather than metrics monetization perspective. I have not watched it, and it may be the wrong perspective, but I think is it David Gogran? Gogran, however you say his name. I think he just did a video on it, and I think it was more of a hot take, but I don't think he's his hot take. I saw it in a newsletter because I'm on his newsletter list, and but I don't know if it was him or if it was somebody else. Okay, I'm not seeing on his, so it must have been a different one. Who else did I get it from? Who else did I get it? I get a newsletter from a few different authors. I told myself to go watch it, but I'm like so far behind on videos right now on YouTube. Substack. You know what's really interesting is I have a ton of people who are following me on Substack. Like just today, I had 2 more people follow me, and I'm like, I don't even write anything on Substack. It's very interesting to me that I'm getting people to sign up to my Substack, and I don't even do anything there. No, it was Dave at Kindlepreneur. The truth about Substack is what he called it. So is there a video on this? Check it out. Oh, okay, so it's not a video. It's a post. Here we go. Again, he's a metrics person, so it might be the wrong viewpoint. I don't know if this is the name of it, but this is the name of the email. Okay, there we go. If you want to grow your audience without living on social media all day, Substack gives you built-in discovery. If you want to build an email list without getting pulled in a bunch of tools, system is great for that. However, it's not ideal if you need email sales funnels or advanced automations, at least not yet. That's part of the email. Oh, and it was I guess someone's written about Substack. Substack for Authors by Jamie Buckley. I don't know who that is. And you can get, so it's a course? For next 10 days, you can get it only for $99. Normally $12 or $225. What is this? I guess it's how to use Substack as an indie author. This person's an indie author. I'm not interested, but it's interesting there. If you guys want that link, just let me know. I can drop it. But it's probably in that post anyways. So, okay. Coffee. It's about 24,000 words. Okay, yeah. That would take me a couple days to get through. See if this link works. I have 3 other beta reads at the moment, so I need to carve out some time, but I'm not writing this week, so 24,000 words sounds doable. I think I followed you on there earlier because it came up as other people follow, and I was like, oh, Shanon has a Substack. I mean, I have a Substack profile because I think you kind of have to have one if you're joining people's Substacks or something. I don't remember why I have it. It came a long time ago. So I do have a profile, but I don't actually put anything on there. So requested access, says Inca. Went to have breakfast with my husband, just got back, now back to work. Nice. What'd you have for breakfast? Hey, JC, how's it going? I hope you're having a great day so far. It is. And hello, everyone. Carla, do you have a like I really don't like to um sorry, why am I getting distracted? I'm allowing myself to get distracted by my inbox. So I don't like I don't mind using Google Docs, but I like to download it so that I can have it. I just don't like the Google Docs how it works, how it scrolls and stuff. I don't really prefer it. Um so I don't if it's okay if I can download it and then I would need a way to get it back to you. That's the only thing. So I don't know if you have like an email address. Um Hey, Morgan from JC. We went to First Watch, our fave spot, and I had breakfast chimichanga again and blueberry lemon cornbread. Oh, that sounds yummy. So, and then hi, JC. JC from Devon. So, okay. I think I got to the end of the comments. Can go get some coffee, check out these graphics, and then come back and continue my revisions. If you have to leave out before we come back from another hour sprint, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next one in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time on the sprint. How did you do? I added 45 words in revision. I'm on chapter 5 now, so making quicker progress, and there's 7 chapters in the story, so almost done. So yeah, I think I should finish the revisions today. Might even possibly get into editing, looking at the time. So, and I also got some coffee. My kiddo was home. My oldest was home on a break from his classes to get some food. So I talked to him for a minute and responded to Devin on Discord, and then got Carla's story. So that's what I did that sprint. Let's see how you guys did. Left off with JC was just coming in, and JC said to Devin, "Hey, how are you? Thanks, Inka from Carla. I just okayed you. I think, like Shannon, I'm not big on Google Docs. Yep." And Devin says, "I'm doing pretty good, JC." And thanks, Shannon. I'll send you the Word file. Oh, I didn't even see that, but I saw it pop up on my notifications from my phone. So I need to head out, and thank you again, everyone. Stepping away, says Jocelyn. And Kristen, hello, how's it going? Hello, everyone. Popping in to edit a chapter. Hopefully it goes well. Editing is not my favorite part. Is my least of. So I break it down to 4 parts for my writing process. You have brainstorming, drafting, revising, and editing. And revising, editing are my least favorite. But of those 2, editing is absolutely my not favorite part. I don't like to use such negative words, but it's definitely, I dislike it very much, the editing part, because by then I'm like, I'm done with the story. I'm done reading it over and over. I just want to get this out. But then I know that the editing is really important to ensure everything is there. So yeah. I think overall I do a pretty good job, but I use the Pro Writing Aid. I think my beta readers that have the next 3 books right now, there's been only 1 grammar mistake in all of it. So just a word I missed. Which, I think it's the word which. Like WHICH. I miss it. I miss that word in a sentence, but something like that. Yeah. I put a different Band-Aid on my hand and hung outside with the pup. Might do some more cleaning. Might not. I probably should. You do a lot of cleaning. I don't know if your house is like really big, or that just is probably really calming for you to do. I used to be like, it was a near on 20 years ago, was a really big neat freak. I like everything had to be cleaned all the time. And then I freaked out over not getting my dishes done one night, and like really had like a meltdown. You'd think I was autistic probably with the meltdown I had. And I was in the military, and my sergeant's like, you just have to let things go. I was a brand new mom at the time. And she's like, sometimes you just have to let things go. You have to, she didn't say give me grace, because I don't think those words were really used back then, but it's kind of what she said. But yeah. And since then I don't like doing dishes, because I remember that meltdown I had. So it's funny, because when I was with my husband, and I was like, look, we're not gonna agree on the dishes thing, because he can't stand having a single dish, whether it's on the counter, in the sink, or whatever. It should not happen. And I'm like, we're gonna have to come to some type of compromise here, because I cannot ever get back to that point again where I'm like that. And I understand how you feel about it. So I think the only compromise I can think is if I don't do the dishes and you really need it done, then I would say that you need to get it done. So I will do my best, but I do not want to ever get myself in that position again. You say compromise, right? In a relationship. And sometimes it's not 50-50. So that is definitely one that I was not very good at compromising on myself in any way. But Cass said, I worked on financial tasks during that sprint. I'm hopping off to eat lunch. Thanks for the sprint, Shannon. Have a good rest of your day. And everyone, thank you so much. I'm back at it after moving parts around as if I was doing a 500-piece all-white puzzle. I think I'm near grooving again, so that's good. As if you were doing a 500-piece all-white puzzle, that would be hectic. That would not be joyful at all to do a white puzzle, 500 pieces. We're doing one right now that's like, I think it's 1,000 pieces, but it's got a dragon on it. But I'm glad that you're getting into a groove now. Did more work stuff. Not sure what I did, but progress was made. That's good. Paige says, finish revisions to the newsletter. Now formatting and system. Hope I get faster at this soon. I don't know if did you hear me earlier? because you said you run it through a editing software or something. And I was just wondering what you were using, if it was something like just like ProWriting or Grammar or whatever. If you do not want to answer, you do not. But just in case if you didn't hear my question, now I feel bad because it's like you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I have a lot full of cat because she doesn't believe me when I say she's not getting any more treats this morning. I know. I think my cats are actually getting good now. Like, because whenever I come back here to the office, I give them treats. If I've called them, I'll like, come on, boys, and they'll come running. They'll meet me in the office. They'll beat me, and then I'll give them some treats. And then sometimes, like on the weekend, they went in my room, my office, just to get the treats. But then they went back out again because I hear everybody else outside of the office, like my husband, my boys. They want to be out there. They want to know what's going on. And so, and I've been just working with them, and I don't want to yell or be rough or whatever, because Loki's really sensitive to tone of voice. So I've gotten to saying no, and then get that like tone, that tone, and they both know what it means now. And it stopped them dead in their tracks yesterday. They were running to race me to my office, and I knew they didn't want to stay in there, and I'd already given them treats. And so I said no, and they both turned around and went back. So they do get trained. Cats can be trained. But cleaning can be calming when I'm anxious. It gives me something to do. I can understand that. I feel the same way. When I actually get into cleaning, I start feeling calm about it. It's kind of like, I think what people feel like with exercise, like don't want to do it. But then you go exercise and you feel good about it. So now you're like, okay, this really helped. I need to make sure I remember this feeling. So I have frequent meltdowns about dishes, Shannon, so I can relate. Yeah. I've never known anybody else who had that kind of reaction. So I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I always felt I was an oddball with that. But yeah. I have enough chaos in my brain, don't need chaos in the house. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I feel that when things aren't tidy enough, my brain and nervous system don't like clutter. I have found that as I've gotten older, I don't care as much. I don't know if that's all just part of me just letting go more and more with from that instance that happened in my 20s, my early 20s. I think I was like 21 actually when it happened. So that was like 25 years ago. But yeah, not that things are real messy or anything, but I do have more clutter than I normally would have allowed 20 years ago. I actually have tried to do a puzzle that had all white pieces and I gave up. I would have too. I don't even know if I could have started it. I'd be like, what? Like the only ones I'd probably get would be the outside pieces. So all white pieces, it sounds miserable. Yes, it does. It sounds very miserable. Patience, so I use a different one each time. Upload the previous issues, my draft with requests for feedback. Try to find one that suggests things that sound like me. Gotcha. Yeah. I used to do it when I was teaching college English in literatures, right? So they had to write essays, and I wanted the students to check their own grammar, but grammar is not something that's easy for even writers to figure out most of the time, right? Like I was just writing a sentence and I put became, and I was like, should it be had become or were? And I kept thinking became was not the right word. Seriously, this was a sentence I just wrote like in this last sprint. I was like, had become or were? Which one should it be? It shouldn't be became, right? And I sat there, went back and forth with it and put it into Google, and I did settle on had become. But, and I used to teach college English and literature, so it's not the easiest thing. So I would force my students, I didn't force, but it was part of their grade, their first drafts that they turned in, they got the points for it for just turning in a first draft that tried to attempt the essay. And part of that was they had to give their grammar report, whatever grammar system they used. And I gave them a list of them. By the time I finished teaching, I had settled on Paper-Rater. I loved Paper-Rater. And I didn't have them, they didn't have to use anything that they had to pay for unless they absolutely wanted to. But Grammarly was like the big one when I first started. And I did not like Grammarly, and all my students would complain about how non-user friendly it was. And so that's when I put out a call in my English classes, and I kept it through the end, even though I never went away from Paper-Rater once I found it. And that was probably like 4 or 5 years into teaching. But I would, at the end of the semester, I would say, okay, if you can find another free grammar check online, turn it in with the last essay, and you'll get extra credit points. And so I'd every semester I'd have a whole bunch that would come in, and I'd go check all of them, see which ones worked, which ones didn't do so well. And that's actually how I found Paper-Rater, was from one of my students. So yeah, but I liked it in the end. So I would make that as part of the requirement of turning in the first essay. And it had to show, they had to turn in the report to show here are the things that they found that was wrong with the grammar, and their essay needed to reflect that they fixed those areas. So and that really helped with cutting down a lot of the work I had to do, where I could concentrate more on content versus grammar when it came to the essays. The all white piece is miserable, same as writing this tome right now. I'm sorry, Barb. Morgan says, it was miserable, lol. The main part of the puzzle was a stack of books, so I put that together first, but the perimeter of the puzzle was all white. So it was almost like all white. Yeah. Yeah. I still feel amazing after my run and just trying to enjoy my day. Pup is enjoying the outside. You know what? I really love that for you, Mars, because I know last week at the beginning of the week, you weren't feeling too good, and it kind of stuck with you throughout the week, although I think you were starting to feel a little bit better. So I think it's great that you feel amazing today. I did think about you several times over the weekend. I know I saw you in Kat's stream on Saturday morning, and I was like, dang, I was like, I wish I had like some way to just send you a note and be like, here's hopefully something to brighten your day. I was thinking that. I don't know if you're on Discord. I was thinking that. I don't know if you're on Discord or whatever, but I know I thought about you several times this weekend. Hello, Shannon. I've been doing a lot of those kind of Google searches as I line edit. Wait, is this a word choice or is this a word choice? Most of the time I'm right or both are correct. Yeah. I did find out that became was not correct, but were or had become would have either one would work. And I just had to choose one that I felt lyrically worked best with the sentence. So yeah. But yeah. Okay. Got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get another sprint going. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Man, these like 1 hour long breaks are going much faster than I ever thought they would today. I got 219 words added in revisions. I was hoping I would finish, but the 6th chapter was a battle, and it's between the pirates, who are mostly water fae. There's one moon fae on board, and they're fighting. They've got one ship, and they're fighting against 3 ships that are summer fae, so fire fae and sun fae. And I wrote the scene perfect, like chef's kiss for the scene. I think I did a really good job on it. But what I didn't put in there, what I should have put in there, was that like the sun fae, they have wings. They should use their wings to go from ship to ship, which I didn't put that in there anywhere. So it wasn't later. And I think this was with my readers when I was like, the sun fae have wings. I always forget because they can put them away. 2 of my fae can put their wings away. 2 of them cannot. And the other 4 do not have wings. So I had to like keep this in mind. So I was like, I really need to get the wings in here. And because it's at night, the attack is at night, and there's lots of smoke because it's fire fae and sun fae using heat and fire. You would hear the wings before you would see anybody. So I had to figure out all the, the sensory information that the main character would be getting while she's the assistant quartermaster. So she's overseeing like where the spoils going, that kind of stuff. The loot. It's funny because the captain, she says, loot the looters, because the summer fae were actually just attacking a settlement and they were taking captives and cargo and whatnot. So they loot the looters. But that's like one of my favorite lines I wrote for the captain. I like the captain. But yeah, so that adding in the summer or the sun fae having wings, that was quite a bit of rewriting I had to do to that scene without wrecking the logical flow and the rhythm and everything that was already really great. So it took a little bit of doing to do that. But I just started on the last chapter, and I need to add in more information here. So I was just brainstorming what information I could add in. All right, let's see where we left off. Ray says, I have a Discord. Don't remember my name versus the name that shows. Okay, my Discord is Radiant Rights, or it could be Ray of Sunshine. Yeah, I don't understand how Discord does that sometimes, because mine is Shanon or SD Huston. I think Shanon shows, but SD Huston is my Discord name. But then you could find me by Shanon, I think. Yeah, I don't know. But I will try to find you, Ray. Mars. Paula, hello. Shannon chat popping in. Shannon and Pop. Shannon chat popping in to make friends with the like button. I appreciate that. Thank you. Barb says, I'm stopping for the day, I think. I've been writing since 4 a.m. Wow, that's a long day, except for my walk, and it's mostly draining. I'm going to watch Friends and then nap. We'll start again. I don't know if you're still here, Barb. That was a while ago. I was just, I watch like little shorts on my phone when I'm like brushing my teeth and wash my face or whatever I'm doing in the morning, whatever personal hygiene I do in the morning and at night. I play shorts. And so I saw one was from a TV show. I think it's Young Sheldon. I think that's what it's called. I've never seen it, but I like all the little shorts for it. And in that, you have the dad who's talking to the daughter about Friends. She says, never mind. I had the wrong one in mind. She said 90210. 90210. I wasn't allowed to watch either one when I was growing up. My mom was very specific about what shows we cannot watch. And those 2 I cannot watch, so they often get mixed up in my mind. And I've not really seen much of either one. I've seen a few Friends episodes. The father was saying to the daughter how 90210, I think I'm saying it right, the premise of it, because the daughter was telling him about the premise, is very much like, oh crap, I forgot the name of it. I watched this show. It's the one where you have, it's like the hillbillies, I think is what they call them in the show, who move from Tennessee or whatever. They struck gold and they go to California. And so they're like fish out of water in California. And what was that called? Oh gosh, it was an old show. I mean, it was old when I was younger. I don't remember the name of the show. Anyways, let me go on. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Yes, go enjoy some downtime and rest well, says Kristen to Barb. I was outside and started hearing rumbling thunder. Made it inside upstairs just before the rain started pouring. Nice, close one. Yeah. Just any noise of rain and my hair goes poof. It's like the humidity just climbs in and makes my hair go all over the place. But I ate some pasta salad and chips. That sounds yummy. And cleaned some dishes. I think I got a new ring light because my old ring light died, and this one is like super, super bright. Makes me look like I have a shiny face. It's really cool. Not really. I don't want a shiny face. I look plastic. I just saw myself. So, did I read that? Oh, yeah. Pasta salad sounds good. Had some salad for lunch. Decided I had some popcorn. So, decided to add a meme to the newsletter and just adding the captions now. Oh, that sounds fun. I'm on your newsletter, so I'll see that. Tackled the dishes and got some beta reading done. Awesome. Beverly Hillbillies. Yes. I was like, hillbilly, something in there. That's what I was thinking of. Yes. So they were talking about, he was like making comparisons between the two of them and how they both had similar storylines. Because she was like, well, this is what is going on. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's in, Beverly Hillbillies too. This is this and that. And so that one even made it to the UK. I haven't thought of that show in a while. Me neither until I saw that short this morning. But yeah, I can't remember the comparisons now that was made, other than it was just more of the fish out of water situation. So, but yeah, okay. Then have another sprint. Yeah, 3:30. We could probably get two more sprints in. Yeah, I think 2 more sprints. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that was time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished with my revisions and then I moved into the editing. I think I like missed the line here. I wrote it in here. Altogether it was, and I finished the editing. I thought it was going to take me like a day of editing. But when I went through it, I think I must have already gone through and done like my sticky sentences and things like that with it. I know I've done a lot of that with some of my work. I just don't remember which ones I did it with. So I think I already did it with this one because there was only like 11 suggestions altogether, and like only 3 of them I really need to address. So between the two, between finishing revisions and doing the editing, it was 67 words. And there was only a few minutes left. And I was like, okay, what am I going to do for one more sprint? I know I still need to work on my 7th and 8th story in my Bound to the Elements. And the 7th story is just a few things I need to do, but I was like, I don't really want to get into those right now because I really want to have like my focus on it. So I decided to go back to my brainstorming that I did yesterday for the novella that I would like to do with the Kickstarter with my next book that's coming out. And I thought I'd pull all my brainstorming together and like pull out parts of it that make sense for the story and maybe start writing out some beats or whatever. So I was just opening a document. I just got a new folder set up and got the document set up and was getting ready to do that with my brainstorming notes from last night, but I didn't get anywhere yet. So that's what I will work on for the next sprint, not break. Mika says, now I'm singing the theme song, which is an earworm. I was expected to, I'm so sorry. You guys didn't mean to do that, but off to dinner. So thanks to Sprints. Well, thanks so much for being here. Mara says, I had 40,000 words the other day, and now I'm struggling to write. Oh, no. And what to add? My goal word count is 65,000. I'm getting close. Yeah, I mean, 40,000 is not too far off. You got, trying to think, that's like 20, I don't know, would that be like a third of it that you have left? So, yeah. So you're trying to figure out what you're going to add. Like, do you know where your book is going to end? I always know the endings. I always know the endings to my stories. I always know the endings to series. I even know the ending series, and I know the beginning series of my universe. So, and I know what the last series is going to be and how that's going to end and what it's going to look like after that. But there's a bunch of stuff in the middle I don't ever know, which is kind of like what I'm doing now. Paige says, I'm off to host Sweet Romance Thrivers. I probably won't make it back before you're done, but thank you so much for the sprints and space. Have a beautiful day, y'all. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you have fun with the Sweet Romance Thrivers. Kristen says, finish my chapter. Finally, I'm going to head out for a snack and a nap. I feel like everybody left me. I mean, there's some people watching still, but it's like everybody left. If you're done sprinting by the time I'm ready to edit again, thanks for the sprints. Yeah, no problem. I'm just going to do one more sprint. That was like 26 minutes ago, so I don't know if you're probably still napping. Mars is still here. Yes, Mars is still here. It's you and me. I've showered and brushed my teeth again. I've been listening to For the Love of the Grind by Sarah Hall about running, and emptied the dryer, but I haven't put them away yet. I've never heard that never heard that song before. Or maybe, I don't know if it's like something I might recognize when I hear it, but I don't think I know it. I am now 19% into my audiobook. Oh, wait. I've been listening to. I was thinking it was a song. When I heard you say, I've been listening to, it sounded like a song. And then when you said 19% in my audiobook, I'm like, well, what are you reading? I'm like, oh, wait, that's what she's reading. Over my head. I know the ending for my book and have the ending. Okay. I need to expand scenes and stuff, and there are some ends I need to tie up, I think. That's good that you at least know the ending. I mean, I don't think it's wrong to not know your ending, but I think it helps because then you have a goalpost in mind that you're heading toward, and that can help you figure out whether it be you're writing women's lit, if I remember right, something along that idea. So I don't know if there are any beats when it comes to women's literature, if that's what you're writing. I don't think I could be very helpful. I'm trying to find some way to be helpful, but I don't think I can be in this instance. It's easier, I think, when it's genre fiction, like, fantasy or romance or horror, that you have certain beats that you hit that readers are expecting throughout the story, but a little bit harder when it comes to women's lit, if I'm remembering it correctly, that's what you're writing. Otherwise, I need some new songs for my running playlist, especially about running. You know what I thought of too? Isn't it? I don't know. Is her name Sarah? Running that song that got popular from Stranger Things, Running Hill. No, Running Up the Hill. Running Up the Hill song. No, it's Kate. That's her name. I thought it was Sarah. It's Kate. But that's what I thought of when you said, for the love of grind, and then about running. I was thinking run. It's called Running Up That Hill. So it made me think of that. I think I mostly just get in my head when, if actually relaxed, I'd be able to write it. Yeah, I've done that before. My head is actually hurting now. I think because I was trying to figure out what I'm going to do next, what I should do. I was fighting with myself because I feel like I need to go ahead and finish up everything I can finish when it comes to my current series as publishing, so I can move on to writing new stuff. But I'm so ready to start writing new stuff. And that's what I thought of the novella last night. I'm like, I'm trying to give myself the excuse that I need to get this novella done, because if I'm going to do my Kickstarter come September, October, that's not too far away. It's only 4 or 5 months. And I could get the novella probably written pretty quickly. I think I could do it in a week, maybe faster. I've been getting faster with drafting. And it depends on how many words it's going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be at least 20,000. And I'm thinking with the scenes in my head, it's going to be closer to 30,000, which that would probably take me a good week to write. But then I have to, get it through beta readers. I'll probably get through my Omega readers if I have time to do it through beta readers. And then do all the revisions and edits and whatnot to it. And get a cover designed. Because this is one I probably cannot do myself. And I need to figure out what that cover is going to look like. But since I don't even know what the whole story is going to look like, I don't even know what I'm going to call it yet. I don't have an idea for what the cover would be. But I don't know if you follow yay Kickstarter. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, there's parts of me I love doing the Kickstarters because it's the only way that I break even when it comes to the production of my books. Where I'm still in the hole with my fantasy trilogy, and I'm going to be 80 before I break even. But with my 2 books, I've done the Kickstarter, Curse of Scales and Feathers and Curse of Wings and Gems. I've been able to make enough money from the Kickstarter to pay for my book covers and beta readers, because I do pay for a couple beta readers when it comes to my longer books. And my shoulder's hurting again. So I've been able to break even with a little bit left over. I think I only had $100 and some left over from the first one. But the second one, I had nearly $300. It's not a lot. And, that all went toward, no, the first one had nearly $300 because that paid for my next book cover. And then the one for my second one, I don't know, I'm mixing it up. Lord, things get mixed up in my head. I think it's as I get older, it gets worse. The second one didn't quite pay for my next book cover, but it mostly paid for it. So, which it's done. I'm actually revealing that book cover to my newsletter this Friday. And what was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. It's awesome. Yeah. So I got to figure out what this book cover is going to look like. With the first novella I did with the first book, I made that cover. That's the one that's on there that says the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, which that's a cover that doesn't really work anymore. And I made that one, and you can kind of tell it was made. It's not the best. And that goes back to what I was thinking about with K-Lytics, Alex Newton. I was reading his new romantasy report that he had out. It's romantic fantasy, romantasy, and fantasy romance is what he's looking at. And how covers are, the types of covers that are accepted or not accepted, the type of covers that are in the genre that are in the top 100 consistently still follow the same trends as the year before, except that it's going up for the typography or object covers and going down. I think it stayed even for female on the cover. It went down for a female with another thing like a dragon or whatever. I forget what he called it. And then it went down for couples on the cover. So I was like, okay. So the Floor Spreading Desire is more of a typography object cover. And I didn't make that one. That ended up being that the one that's on the screen is the one I made, but the one I ended up publishing I had Get Covers due, but I'm never going to use Get Covers ever again. So that's really cheap. It's $35 for your cover through there. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I could go through my cover designer, but that's going to be like $250 for the ebook and paperback. I think that's the right price. So I don't know. And I don't think I'm going to make that much money from the novella, to be honest, to spend $200 on it. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But I first have to figure out what it's going to look like. So I know what I'm going to call it. So then I can come up with ideas for the cover. But yeah, so I do have like 4 or 5 months I need to get that done. And then on top of that, I do need to start getting my Kickstarter put together, but I can't do anything yet until I reveal the book cover to my newsletter subscribers on Friday. Then I can go ahead and start setting up my Kickstarter because I'm using the picture of my book as the cover for the Kickstarter cover. So it's without the words on there. And I don't want to, I want my newsletter subscribers to be the first to see the cover, other than I have shared the cover with one of my Omega readers, and I shared it with Martin. Martin he's an author tuber. He's not really on YouTube as much anymore, but he's got a background in FX Studios as he worked on film in France. And so I would say, okay, hey, what do you think about this? Because there's like numerous revisions to that cover. I shared it with my editors too, which I have 2 editors. One of them is Malcolm, which is Martin's writing partner. So, and then I shared it. My other editor is my girlfriend from college, and I shared it with her. So it hasn't really gotten out there too much because I've had the cover done now for a couple weeks. Think I'm going to take a break from work. Starting to get a headache. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a headache too. Maybe it's just low pressure or something. I don't know what's coming in. Where are you at? You are, I think you're close to me. Not real close. You're in Louisiana? Louisiana is not too far away from me. It's like a couple hours drive, I think. But yeah, okay. Well, we're going to do one more sprint. That'll take us roughly to 4:30, which means we'll be done before 5 Central Time. Eastern Time, an hour in the future. Or hour in my future. But Kansas. Oh, okay. But you're Central Time. I do remember. I think I remember that part. So Kansas is not as close to me, though. I don't know how long it would take me to get to Kansas. What does that say? Yeah, no, that's not close at all. Never mind. It says 16 hours and 33 minutes from where I'm at. That's kind of far. Louisiana. I think that's cats in Louisiana. There are severe storms coming, so I'm not surprised I have a headache. Yeah, that's 19 hours to Pensacola from where I live. Yeah, and I'm a little bit closer to the border. The town I'm in. Pensacola is a little more south, but it's only south by like depending on where I want to go in Pensacola, anywhere from 25 minutes to an hour to 50 minutes. No, I think it used to take me 55 minutes to get to the VA center in Pensacola. Yeah, it was almost an hour drive, because if it was an hour drive, they would give me reimbursement for my drive. But I was just under an hour to get there. Orlando, not Pensacola. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Orlando's a few hours for me. But yeah, I don't know why I thought you were closer, but yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and get this last sprint going. I know if you're leaving work or whatnot, Morgan, just in case if I missed you, if you're leaving out and you're driving or whatnot, safe driving. And thanks so much for being here. And we'll get going on the last one. Anyone else who has to leave out, thank you so much for being here. And everyone else, 1 hour on the clock. 3, 2, 1, good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I think it was 3108. So 3,108 words. That's funny because yesterday when I did brainstorming for this, I got 2,108 words. I did 1,000 more today. It's very interesting. Anyways, so I started setting up what I think will be the beats, I think, for the story. And I also started building in the backstory for the male main character, the MMC. It was just yesterday when I was brainstorming it, he was just a bodyguard. But today I was like, what if he's part of like, and I haven't figured out exactly what it's called, or I know what they're doing, but like a resistance or rebellion to the Fire Fae king. He's called the Askar. They don't call him a king, and he's he's constantly dragged them into wars, and on top of that, he has been systematically killing off all of the first families, which are called scions. And this bodyguard is a scion, and so the ones that the Askar spares, he pulls into his service so that he can watch them because they're just as powerful as he is. And this scion is either part of it or one of the leaders, and his role is actually there to assassinate the princess. But with all the stuff that happens, he ends up stealing her away instead. But it's rescuing her at the same time. So yeah. Anyways, I was building up his backstory, like how he got to that point and everything like that. So that's what I did during that sprint. I think, I don't know if I read this one. It's like 16 hours to Orange Beach, Alabama, which is right across from Florida. It is. I think it's Destin, Florida. I don't know. We go there often, but I forget the city name. Destin is a little bit further away. So Destin is further east of me. And it's like, is it an hour and a half from where we are? I think it's an hour and a half from me. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What are you doing? $1 hour and 18 minutes. So I was close. Yeah, we've been there a few times because my husband was in the Army, but he was a captain on boats. And he got his I don't know what they call it, some type of license he got in Destin. So we go out there and we get boats every now and then. It's been a minute since we've actually done that. I think the last time we did it, we were celebrating my kiddo's birthday, that older one, and he wanted a boat that had a slide that went into the ocean. So I remember we did that. That was up on the second deck. But that was fun. So yeah, we've driven to Destin a few times. I hung out outside with the pup and put clean laundry away. Might have a snacky snack. I just ate some more popcorn and some water. Well, I didn't eat the water. I drank it, but yeah. As always, thanks for hosting and thanks for the sprints. They helped me a lot. Yay, body doubling and accountability. Yes, thank you so much for being here with me. I like the backstory you gave. Yay. Okay. I do think it adds a little bit more to the story because before it was just bodyguard saves princess from terrible father. But I was like, what if he's got his own motivations? That would make sense. Yeah. I clocked out of work for the day and now about to take Simba to the vet to get his allergy shot. Good luck to Simba. And Paige says, just wrapped up with the Thrivers Mastermind. What is this? I don't know. Something's in my way and I can't read the rest of that. Oh, let me look over here. So glad I made it back in time to say hi, bye, LOL. You're right. You came back just in time for us to say goodbye. I know what this is. This is like I can pop out the chat in the StreamYard now. But they put the button to pop out the chat right over the last comment. So like it's covering up like several words. But yeah, okay. So that is the end. I'll be back again tomorrow with 3 hours, strictly timed sprints. So about 3.5 hours altogether. Thank you everyone so much for being here with me today. Hopefully you guys continue to have good productivity, writing, or whatever it is that you're working on. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, y'all.